Hello and welcome to Walking and Talking. Hello, my internet friends. Welcome to Walking and Talking, the show where I walk and talk. I don't feel a lot of immediate urge to talk, but I feel impetus to talk. At this point, it feels just in order to fulfill the requirements that I've set upon myself to keep talking, to talk continuously. And so I just have to force it a little bit for the time being. And I'm going to continue. I'm going to do what I usually do and generally avoid talking directly about my surroundings. Why? Why is that I'm usually choosing to stay focused on my internal experience and what's the difference? Is there not really a difference? I just want to be here relating to you. I just want to relate to you for 4 hours. I'm centering myself now. What does that mean? I guess it means that I'm putting my attention more immediately towards my sensory input. But I want to also keep my attention on the thoughts in my head. Just to keep and to keep talking as much as possible. it may take me a little bit to get into the flow of things. I feel distracted. My environment. It's one that I'm unfamiliar with. And I don't feel confident that I'm totally alone yet. And so maybe that has some kind of inhibiting effect that it's thought that I may run into people. I want to keep the pace up faster. Keep up the pace of talking. Just, get onto this continuous get myself onto a continuous roll of talking. Although I feel a little bit distracted by my environment, I feel empty in a good way. I feel like my corpus is relatively transparent feeling. I feel in a state of physical equilibrium. And not full of food. Not lacking energy. So high potential for clarity. I haven't eaten yet today, and so that contributes to this feeling of emptiness, which I welcome. And in that gap just now, my attention shifted to my sensory input in a more immediate way. It was very immediate. Perception of the physical sensations and I felt a sense of stillness in that. And a little bit of tuning in a little bit more to this process of talking, or it's as if maybe the inhibiting thought mechanism subsided for a bit, and now as I'm talking, it seems like I can just witness my talking with a little more ease, a little less of this feeling of feeling burdened with authorship of my words, but just kind of witnessing the words form. And for a moment they stopped forming, and then I started speaking, and I wasn't sure what the sentence was going to come out like until after I started the sentence. And this next sentence, I'm not sure how it's going to sound until, almost now. In that time, I sensed some of those thoughts forming in my mind before I spoke them, but only just before, like just a fraction of a second before they came out of my mouth. I was aware of the words forming in my mind. There's some kind of shift happening apparently from before I turn on the video. Some kind of transition is starting to occur already, and I could describe it as just gradually like remembering where and how to pay attention, where to place my attention, and where to place effort. Placing effort in just maintaining this process of talking and observing the process of talking and allowing the process of talking to be this reflexive process. Some thoughts have arisen considering your experience and imagining the type of judgment you might have, or not necessarily a judgment, but a difficulty you may have, or a feeling of a type of feeling of lack that this video might stimulate. The difficulty of it, difficulty of understanding what I'm saying, but I'll encourage you to stick with it for the time being. Because this is still a very early stage of this video. And while I'm not feeling a large amount of momentum, you could say, and I'm not exactly feeling what you would call positive emotions exactly, I am feeling a pretty strong ability to abide in this feeling of emptiness or just clarity. Which gives me a certain confidence that this video will be something, or as I said that, my mind wanted to revise that. I wanted to revise that immediately and say that in this moment, while I don't know what I'm doing, so to speak, I don't know where this is going, I have a kind of faith in this process. And I feel as if I am being very faithful to the process in this moment. And so I could say that I feel a certain confidence that there will be development in this video. At the same time, I don't feel concerned about that, because all that's really necessary is to continue talking right now, each moment, not thinking consciously about development. But knowing that it'll occur. Even though development is a concept that implies linear time, it's dependent on a temporal continuity. And my experience is in some way like pushing against this linear temporal way of experiencing reality. Pushing into a perspective that seems outside of linear time or transcendent of it. And right now, I feel very still. I feel relatively close to, I feel relatively closely connected with I suppose just bare consciousness. I feel what do I mean by that? It's hard for me, it feels difficult to describe my experience right now. I'm trying to discern what it is. I'm trying to figure out what exactly the quality of my experience is, and to be able to translate it into words. It seems almost as if I've been observing my experience so intensely that my whole mind was occupied in the observing part, and so the speaking part is difficult. But what I'm going to do instead, I suppose, is more, I guess now I'm just like allowing the talking to become part of this experience rather than trying to describe an experience that I am currently observing. I'm just allowing the description to become part of that experience. I'm just merging the talking with the experience. And of course it's always already merged. Anytime you talk, of course it's part of experience. Of course it's a content of your consciousness. I thought to myself just now, this doesn't sound like it's making any sense. It's rambling a little bit. I may be rambling. Don't feel alone if you have a feeling that I'm rambling or not making sense. Because I feel that too. But, each thing that I have said has been true to the experience of talking, but that would always have to be true. I think that to listen to this without feeling confusion might require you, in a way, to stop trying to understand and to inhabit a similar sort of state as I am right now. And maybe you could just hear what I'm saying, but without listening to it. It's like, with listening implying, I don't know. Well, listen. You can listen, but you don't have to try to understand. You can just kind of hear it. And witness your experience of hearing and of seeing and of feeling, of inhabiting a body, you might say. When I talk about having a body, that also brings up some questions. It's like, why is this experience linked with this body? I have memory of having this body for many years, of my consciousness being linked with this body for years. Why does it seem like my consciousness is so completely tied to this body? Like, I sense when something touches this skin, but I don't sense when, other things touch each other. I've come to a dead end. Why? Why is it that I'm me and you're you? Why is it that being inside this body is seems like all I can experience? It's the only subjectivity that I'm allowed. And I look out on the world and perceive other things and other bodies, other humans. How come I can never inhabit their subjectivities? Why are they different? Why why are there these different subjectivities, it seems? Then, when I ask that question, it's like, what is that? I think it's a beaver. What else could it be? Whoa. I just missed whatever that was. Why this individuation? I'm not talking very much. I feel very aware of being watched. What is making that noise? I feel kind of stuck on this question of like, why am I who I am? Why do I seem to be stuck in this body? That's gonna age and then eventually die. Why does it seem like I'm here stuck? I can't see what's making that splashing sound. What the hell? I'm never gonna see it. It's like so loud. And I'm strongly questioning the value of this video. What is the value of this video? I'm not talking enough. I feel like I'm failing to provide entertainment value, or even any kind of insight. When I say those words, I wonder if beginning to talk about this video in those terms might be actualizing something unproductive. I feel inarticulate as well. And just extremely conscious of myself, of this of my, I feel conscious of my appearance. I mean, I'm thinking about my appearance, which I know by memory because I can't see my own face, but I have a memory of my face. And I'm conscious of my voice and how I'm speaking and what I'm saying, and the pace of talking. And when I evaluate these things, they don't seem, at this moment, something that I would want to watch. This included, I suppose. Entertainment, I suppose, is to, I don't know. Entertainment is to avoid pain. I feel a little bit lost now. Not geographically, but both in terms of this video and also I just feel lost in terms of making sense of reality, of like having any kind of like solid basis of understanding of like why I'm here and who I am, and you know what I even means exactly. And it doesn't feel pleasant, but having said that, having acknowledged it, I feel slightly more accepting of this feeling of lostness, and maybe able to settle into it in some way. And this not knowing, I feel very exposed to be in this state. And to be seen by you, to have this state be seen by you. But I feel also like I can accept that for the moment. and still feel some faith that this is a transitory experience. And that I feel some kind of confidence that abiding in that unknowingness is in some way useful, or I'll get somewhere or something, but that doesn't really make sense in the context of this lack of understanding, because I don't feel any solid ground to base any kind of meaning or direction on. I'm just kind of doing this thing that I do. Placing this structure on myself. But here, within this experience that I'm having, I can't like pin down even, who is making decisions here, where any kind of locus of control is. What is the basis on which to make any decision? I can't find like a ground of reality from which I could discern real value or meaning or morality or anything like that. And some intense self-criticism is arising as well. I feel so painfully aware of I guess I would say, I was going to say the all the faults of this video, the weaknesses it has, everything that it lacks, everything that this video lacks feels glaringly apparent to me. But that judgment is is based on my conception of a video that as a kind of concrete object that I'm projecting into the future that will result from this activity right now. And my imagination of you watching it, my projection of you, and my projection of what your judgments might be. And it's like I feel the pain that you're feeling. I feel the pain of embarrassment. I feel embarrassed. I feel embarrassed right now, and I feel, you know, I'm experiencing this projection of you feeling embarrassed for me. You feel embarrassed for me. But now I think maybe not so much. Maybe actually having exposed this concern, maybe this is an experience that you could relate to, that you might have internally. Maybe you've experienced it publicly. Maybe it's more. Maybe you experience more in private or something. Feeling of intense self-criticism or self-doubt or just embarrassment or becoming painfully aware of what you perceive as your failures or flaws or weaknesses. Maybe instead you feel some kind of, well, I mean, feeling embarrassed for someone is not apart from feeling sympathetic to them. It's as if I almost like, it's as if I wish that you didn't have to give me sympathy. I'd prefer it actually if I were kind of like autonomously feeling happy, and that could be something that you empathize with, and the feeling rubs off on you or something like that. But we can hold out for the hopes that something like that might occur, and generally speaking, I mean, actually, pretty much all the time, when I'm walking and talking, the difficulty later becomes meaningful, becomes retroactively meaningful, and that always gives me a certain kind of willingness to stick through moments where I'm like, you know, feel lost and feel a total void of meaning or direction. And it's like that in life too. I'm doing an activity that allows that, you know, it creates a certain condition that's very conducive to kind of abiding in a feeling of emptiness and a feeling of not knowing what I'm doing and feeling this void of understanding. Really experiencing like emptiness of meaning of life, of and of seeing, you know, seeing the emptiness that is at the root of who I think I am. The ultimate like emptiness that's behind this constructed sense of identity. The groundlessness that's beneath beneath my constructed sense of rationality and morality. And the structure itself when I'm outside of it, it it fits in a way with my constructed sense of identity and rationality and morality. It fits into that world in a way. It's created from that. The structure is founded upon rationality and morality and my identity. But when I'm within it, like especially now, especially in this moment, all those things are just dissolved. They don't have any solidity. And I'm continuing to talk, but and I guess I would have to acknowledge now that my talking is successful at describing something. I feel as if I'm describing my experience more or less accurately. I'm conveying an experience that isn't exactly desirable, I would say, not from this current perspective. But it just feels real. It feels actually like the core of something. It feels like doing this does allow me closer to some kind of essence of what living is. Of like this question that I've been asking of, like, why am I me in this body? Why is there this individuation? This activity seems to allow me to get closer to the answers of those questions, if they exist as answers, or to the core of experiencing them. Like, this is a way for me to feel as if I'm experiencing life, and not just like having an experience that's like about life, if that makes any sense. I mean, of course, every experience is life. And I suppose my thought feels untethered to the practicalities of maintaining this continuity of being a person. There's, this is barely a structure. It's so loose. All it is this duration of 4 hours, and in which I'm filming myself talking. And then within that, there's so much freedom that it feels very uncomfortable sometimes. Because it's this time spent not really knowing what I'm doing, but also feeling really exposed. and doing something that feels really, really acutely valueless in moments like this, like it seems like specifically valueless, painfully so. Like what kind of what kind of what kind of, regime of value could I fit this into? Like for you, like what could you possibly be getting out of this experience? I don't think, that's something that's even really helpful to, well, maybe, maybe we can consider that, but then we have to realize it's like, it's probably nothing. We're probably getting nothing out of this. And so why are we doing this? I mean, that, like, why are we doing this? That's almost the same kind of question. Why am I doing this? Why are you watching? This is like a time where what is happening here is pressuring us to get outside of thinking that way. To yeah, I don't know. Like outside of of any kind of logic. But what, like, why that? What's wrong? What's wrong with thinking rationally? What's wrong with just doing things that seem to make sense? I guess I'm doing this because, I've thought rationally about a lot of things that I could do, and somehow that process led me to here. Where there is no, like this isn't really, when I think about it, this isn't even necessarily an effective means of communication. It's so long. It's so long and so boring that it's hard. You have to spend time with this. But what often happens, as you know, we might get into a state where that question of whether this is time well spent or whether this is time wasted, that question just goes out the window. And we can inhabit a perspective like beyond that actually does transcend that sort of thinking. And so that's kind of like where we're going here, I suppose you could say. But it's taking some time to get there. It's taking some time to let the rational thought subside. And we have to, kind of like deal with these questions of practicality, and we confront them. The structure, the commitment to the structure, the commitment to the process is what kind of overrides this pain of spending time in a unproductive way, in a irrational way. And so we just process that pain, and then we get somewhere else. And we're not like relying on any authority about anything. I don't claim to offer you any security in the form of being any kind of spiritual guide or expert. I won't tell you that I know the way, you know. It's completely up to you whether you want to, continue sharing this experience with me. And I absolutely won't promise you that you'll get anything out of it. It's like you have to be in this questioning along with me. You have to be, you're questioning right now whether you should be doing this or not, whether you should be spending your time this way. You and I both. There's no promise of any kind of gratification. It's quite simply, I think, a challenging experience. In a way that is both familiar and unfamiliar. Unfamiliar in that the challenge has almost no form. There's not anything that I can point to as to why exactly this is challenging. What makes this difficult or painful? What makes this work? What makes this experience feel like work in the difficult sense? Or usually it seems like I can describe the challenge fairly, more simply. Like I'm tasked with doing something specific that is stressful to do, or it's taxing mentally or physically. There could be physical pain or mental or emotional pain associated with any challenge. But this one is much more nebulous Like, what is hard about this? Because we don't have a defined goal that we're working towards. And what exactly we're doing is also fairly unclear. And we have, this high degree of freedom. And yet we still experience emptiness within that. So it's almost as if this is a way of experiencing emptiness and just the pure general hardship of being a person, of consciousness, the empty side of consciousness. This kind of feels like just experiencing that without any filter. In some way, it does have the filter of talking. It has just a filter of language. Just language for 4 hours and experiencing reality through that. I'm thinking about how this isn't so much creating a product, all this effort. Because this video is really not much more than the process itself. And because of that, it's not efficient. It's not an efficient communication. All this time spent. And by a product, for example, I would mean like spending multiple hours making a shorter video that's like 10 minutes or something, that offers a lot of effort condensed into a short time span. So it's easily digestible. This is not that. Why do I have to make something so difficult? Why do I have to be so difficult? Why don't I just expend effort into creating something that's actually digestible by a person without them spending hours of their time? Why don't I do that? It's like, it's as if this video is demanding so much effort on your behalf, demands so much patience on your behalf. And why would I want to ask that of you? I should be the one giving patience and effort. I mean, I suppose I am, but am I expending it wisely? I'm not sure. It's available here for you anytime you should want something like this. But I'm aware, I don't usually feel like this when walking and talking. I don't usually feel as if this whole thing is just like a total mistake. But now I'm seeing like all the ways in which it's like it's ungenerous in some ways. It's like it's almost as if walking talking is really unrespectful of your time. I don't know, and then I'm maybe like running through ways of thinking about this in my mind that might be otherwise like ways that maybe this is valuable in some, but most intensely I feel I have this intense feeling of someone who is making a mistake and knows it. I'm just feeling a lot of sadness, just like a generalized a generalized sadness of existence. But along with that, I feel like I feel okay about experiencing that sadness, and just like continuing to just like remain completely aware of just like the like complete like ever changing experience. And so like with that awareness, it's like the sadness is like, you know, just a part of this experience that I can accept. And acknowledging that it's totally contiguous with, you know, its opposite experience of happiness, and that this feeling of emptiness is contiguous with its opposite experience of meaning and fulfillment. Well, what if I, yeah, I don't know, what if I, you know, it's just noticing a pattern in my mind of starting to feel bad that I was feeling bad, you know, to feel to kind of judge myself through the imagined eyes of others, to judge myself negatively for having this type of experience, for feeling this way. And I thought, I don't know, I was thinking about like, I think about how it's maybe like unpleasant to be around someone who isn't happy. Maybe it's unpleasant, but that's something I personally, I don't mind it that much. Sometimes, I don't know, sometimes sometimes maybe I mind it, but I was imagining your judgment of me and how it might be negative, or how you might be having a negative reaction to my experience. But then I thought, if I were around someone having this type of experience, and I've been around people having similar types of feelings, I wouldn't mind it. I would still respect them completely. In fact, I would probably respect them a lot for being willing to sit with this kind of experience and not distract themselves, because there's plenty of ways to cover up a feeling like this, with activity or stimulation. Or just like, thought patterns. Concretizing some thought pattern that avoids feeling this kind of emptiness. Concretizing your identity, and concretizing this emptiness in the form of something other. It could be a person or a situation, like it's my job, it's my partner, it's my lack of having a partner, it's this person I don't like, etc. This person I'm pissed at. That's a form, that we tend to like, we want to get away from this experience, and so we try to like bundle it up into something like that and make it other. And so the emptiness of reality tends to manifest in our lives through the filter of some solid form. Like, how does it manifest in your life? Is it some person that you feel hatred for, or something about your situation? Some threat to you, fear of loss of something. But when we concretize it into something concrete, we also, I think, tend to concretize ourselves. When we make that pain into an other, then we make ourselves more firmly ourselves in a way that I find limiting and painful. I don't know, or like very constricting. Constricting rather than actually processing that emptiness by experiencing it fully. We don't experience this pain fully when we blame it on something or someone else. But then it sticks, it gets stuck, Like, you can't really avoid it. but you bundle it into a form, and then it just stays stuck there somewhere in your consciousness. That annoying person stays stuck there somewhere in your mind. Or that loss or a trauma, you know? But if you, I don't know, when I do things like this, it's just, I don't know, it's like some kind of controlled way of I don't know, bringing whatever needs to be processed into the fore of my consciousness, and then hopefully it gets, and then, you know, and then I just experience it without much filter, and I guess hopefully that means I can become a freer, more autonomous person. Or another way of saying that is that by going through that process, my consciousness can get freed of these painful things. But then also there's just this I have this recognition of like the constantness, that there's always this emptiness. I mean, I'm not always experiencing it per se, I suppose, because you feel the opposite of it as well at times. And they seem to balance each other out. So it's just like being totally willing to experience this emptiness and pain. Knowing that, like, experiencing this, like, the opposite experience is going to happen too. And you know, in my conception of how life works, it's like they seem to occur in equivalent amounts. They seem to balance out. But am I just mistaken? Or am I just suffering for no reason? And also, like, you know, like, is it actually possible just to be happy all the time. And also, am I actually, creating the false dichotomy by talking about this as suffering and thinking about this as pain and suffering? Like, if I stop to ask myself right now, is this actual suffering? Is this actual pain? Like, if I had asked that question right now, I'm not actually so sure that it is. Like, to be honest, at this moment, I'm realizing that, like, I can't really complain about this experience right now. It's actually pretty okay. You know? I'm just come to realize, like, just now, like, look, I'm just here. I'm just here doing this now, and it's like, that's fine. There's no real problem. And then, like, even this this intense self-criticism I had about, the value of this video, it's like I've kind of dropped that off. I mean, like, in one perspective, like, it's like, at least I'm trying something. At least I'm trying something that's different, and I'll put it out in the world, and it's put out in the world that's fairly unobtrusive. It's like non-invasive, It's not like, it's just on YouTube. You can watch it or not. It's not like my placing it out there isn't placing demands on anyone. It's just offering another option for how to spend your time. I mean, and then there's the question of, like, could this time be spent better, could I be helping someone more significantly? But now my thinking is like, now I'm feeling actually fairly confident that this is probably, this is probably like the best thing for me to be doing at this moment, given my personal history and my background and skills or lack thereof, and just my situation in the world. It's like, looking at what I might be able to do or contribute that might be kind of unique to my situation, just in order to, kind of in my own small way contribute to, like, the diversity of perspectives on reality. Make a kind of aid, a kind of, I hope it's kind of like an aid for understanding your own experience sometimes, or understanding your own life. To be able to observe another person, just in a process of thinking. I hope it can inform your experience. And it's so interesting, the types that, like, the turnarounds that happen in walking and talking. Like, you know, going from this emptiness like talking about my experience as being a difficult and painful one, and that being kind of like, that always seems to be concurrent with having a negative evaluation of the quality of the video, and being very concerned about your experience. I know there are a lot of ticks around here, so I'm trying to be careful. But I've never just seen a tick like in the natural habitat, you know? I've found ticks on me before, or like on my skin or on my clothes, or but I've never just seen one like waiting on a piece of grass or a leaf or something. It's like, how come I never see them before they get on me? You know, I feel the emptiness and the lack of meaning, and just the general pain and difficulty, just, you know, just generalized, not attached to any form. And along with that, like completely connected to that, is fearing that this is giving you a bad experience, or is a waste of your time. And then just being like, and then like, you know, feeling kind of deep in that, but not reacting to it much, you know, being willing to abide in with those feelings, or just like abide in that general emptiness. And then just like having this like kind of very like ordinary, plain realization, just like as mundane as anything, that actually my experience now is just, it's just fine. Like, here I am, I can't say that like I can point to a solid meaning or explanation for exactly what I'm doing, or exactly what my moral or rational orientation is. And I won't try to explain or evaluate this video, or, you know, don't have like a, you know, any kind of like clear confidence that this video has like any certain kind of value exactly. But like, now the reality of my experience is that like, this is just fine. This experience right now, there's nothing wrong here, and nothing has changed. like there, it's not exactly that, like, it's not so much that like the narrative has changed or that any new information has come to light. And nor am I like ecstatic or anything, but I can feel like this slight temptation to delve into a very positive interpretation of what I'm doing here, a positive evaluation of the video, a positive evaluation of this process, positive evaluation of myself as a person and my identity. But I kind of want to avoid doing that. Just being aware of the duality of like, you know, concretizing any of that stuff, of like manifesting evaluations, you know. And does that make any sense? Like to like let's continue just staying with this experience here without interpreting it as good or bad. That's possible to do. Like it did feel like I had this realization that like this experience is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But let's not all of a sudden like rush into being like, this is great and ecstatic. Let's just stay. Let's just, you know, kind of calmly stay with this experience without rushing to get into any particular emotional state, and without rushing to put a solid, rational explanation onto it. You know, it's like and I guess you could call this some sort of interpretation of my experience, but not an evaluative one, is that the pain and difficulty that I was experiencing earlier in this video is kind of a part of breaking down my more solid conceptions of myself and of life and of what I'm doing and so forth. Just kind of deconstructing them and then like allowing myself to fall, so to speak, down into a more just fluid experience of reality, more dissolute, dissolving, you know, boundaries of self. and dissolving rules of logic and morality and so forth, and and that being a painful experience, because like those sorts of things have function in, they are the manifestations of the patterns of matter and energy and consciousness that are just a normal part of reality, that they're what constitute the continuity of ourselves as beings, the continuity of our identity, the structure of our consciousness, the structure of our minds, I should say, which could also be interpreted as a kind of filter of consciousness, like experience being filtered through our minds, including thoughts and concepts of self and other. So like dissolving them feels painful because it's like, it's kind of akin to death. It goes against the individual self-preserving impulse. Maybe. It seems like it. But then if you can experience that kind of pain without reacting to it and running away from it and running back into the direction of like needing to of like affirming, like reinforcing your identity, then it's possible to then exist in this more ambiguous, dissolute experience of reality, but without the pain. It's like the pain is the process of moving into it. And now, like, once I've gotten to this point now where I'm like, this is okay, like this is just experience now, and I'm okay with it. Like, there's this experience, there's not even like real core important like characteristics of it that I would describe, It's like almost just like faceless bare experience or something like that. Like there's not strong emotions here. But there's not strong emotions, but there is like a very like a strong feeling of openness, I would say, like of connectedness. Like connectedness to the point where it's like what's connected to what, They're so merged. And like my feeling towards you is like connectedness now. It's like not feeling worried about your experience, not feeling concerned about it, not feeling self-conscious whatsoever about what your judgments of me are, but just feeling like a total absence of not like total absence, but like the distinction between you and I just isn't like coming into play so much. It's like it's like we're just kind of like sharing an experience together, and um, I guess, you know, if I had any desire for your experience, it would be for it to be um, similar to my experience. You know, to just like be having almost the same experience or something, or like the same kind of quality of experience, the same kind of quality of a uh, kind of unfragmented, unfiltered type of experience of just being alive. But I don't feel worried about it. I almost feel, actually like um, accepting, like I feel accepting of whatever type of experience you might be having right now, because I have this like like total faith that whatever it is, it belongs in some way. Like whether you're interested or bored or or calm and tranquil, or you're feeling some kind of agitation or difficulty or pain, like I feel this very, you know, I feel it as like an almost like a self-evident truth in a way that like that's just a component, that's just what you need to be experiencing right now, as part of the just kind of flow of life. And once again, something that has happened, you know, in a lot of episodes of Walking Talking, is that, you know, what would ostensibly appear to be a negative experience just flows right into one of ease, you know. I feel, and I'm trying not to like I said before, I'm trying not to just like rush into or like fall into feeling ecstatic. Just knowing that like that's gonna have its opposite as well. So like, but if I just can continue to abide in this like kind of absence of strong emotions, it's like it's a very stable place to be in a way. It's like, well, because it's like groundless, like just being, just floating in the groundlessness. Feeling, you know, so so dissolved that there's nothing that can perturb me. There's nothing that can perturb me because like there's not anything solid here to be perturbed, like uh, like some, you know, like there's not really the option for a negative thought. Like the idea of negative thought is like doesn't have weight, doesn't have reality from this perspective. I keep I'm trying to kind of like discern what the difference is between like ecstasy, bliss, and just feeling an absence of separation, like experience of unity. Like I guess I'm thinking of ecstasy in this case as being like, I don't know, extremely positive state that is still kind of associated with strong identity. Although it also seems like profoundly positive emotions, it seems like those do tend to coincide with like the experience of selflessness. Like, is there a difference between positive emotions that are associated with a concrete self of like a gaining or self-centered attitude or experience, or just solid self, feeling positive about being a solid self, Or then, and then is there some other difference of just selflessness? Like, does selflessness in itself feel inherently positive? To me, it feels, well, I guess like in this video, it's been like the process of moving from being, feeling confined within the self, moving out of that to feeling unconfined from the self was a painful experience. But then once I relatively got there, the pain was gone. So, is this now a positive experience? Is a positive experience just the absence of negative feelings? Is positive experience just the absence of pain, or is absence of pain just neutral, and then you have to add some positive feelings to have a positive experience? That's my question. I guess this is probably closer to neutral or something. It's not like pleasure that I'm feeling. I feel more or less the absence of pleasure or pain, but I feel tranquility. But along with that, I want to maintain a certain alertness and you could call it vigilance, but not hypervigilance. Just maintain a kind of presence that's not like kind of blithe or blissfully detached from reality. And what would that be like? I don't know, like I guess kind of allowing just like allowing pleasant thoughts to carry me away from being connected, like pleasant, like being carried away by pleasant thoughts that would tend to concretize my identity, of like, yeah, I'm such a cool person, I'm such a, this is the greatest video, I'm such a genius, sorts of thoughts. Like somewhat independent of emotional state, like there still seems to be the quality of awareness. Where is my attention? Like right now, I'm kind of putting my attention again back acutely onto the immediate experience of hearing my voice. just like I was at the very beginning of the video, but in a very different state. I hear human voices somewhere. They're going to distract me. I gotta hide. Where are they coming from? Can't be distracted by IRL people activating my my sense of social identity. But oh no, they're getting closer. You know, still I have some form of representation to you. I'm getting just closer to them. This is bad. It's not necessarily bad. But hopefully it's all right. It's all right if we cross paths. But I don't want to be near them for more time than is necessary. There's my relation to you, which is somehow different than a relation to the IRL person. Because our interaction is mediated in such a way that I can't see you or hear you. You can't communicate to me in this moment. And so it allows for this extended monologue. Where I'm introspecting, but publicly, and totally aware of the publicness of it, but not immediately having my social self stimulated. You know what I mean? Because I can't see you. That my self-representation is mediated through, you know, the camera. And that level of separation seems to be useful. for offering this alternative form of communication. Where I can be kind of alone but not alone at the same time. It's interesting that I've started to feel protective of this experience, protective against, like, you know, what I started to perceive as the intrusion of IRL people. Started to feel some attachment. You know, like when I was standing here before and talking about how I was unperturbable. Maybe wasn't exactly the case. It's, just the proximity of other humans started to perturb me. So that's like, I guess maybe perturbed is a strong word, but sparked a desire to preserve this form of solitude. Or it's actually kind of like, it's not so much solitude as like a privacy between you and me. Like, we're having a private interaction here. I mean, interaction might be a strong word too, but communication at least communication in one direction. Oh no, here they come. Ah, fuck. I'm gonna forever be like, they're gonna be on my heels unless I go the other way. I just have to pass them and go the other way so that they're not on my heels all the time. So we'll just have to have a minor interruption here. A minor distraction. That's okay. We'll remain unperturbed by the presence of others. Hello.
Hey. Hi. How you doing? I'm like, I'm getting some microphone.
See, that wasn't so bad. Oh. Hey. Oh, hey. Oh, we've got more friends here. Hello.
Hi. No.
My IRL social presence is stimulated now. Conscious of my appearance. And in some way that makes me feel more of a solid self, like relating, like seeing another human or a dog even. I just feel more like a self, like a person with an identity. It just stimulates that. But maybe, maybe it would be possible to I think it is possible sometimes to feel selfless in the presence of other people. Sure. Why was I perturbable? Why does it seem like such why does it seem like such an intrusion to for another person to be present? It's not always like that. I guess just getting attached to some certain state is all. Is the problem. Weird. Even to a state that I seem to be describing as like, being pretty like free and open, so to speak, as long as, nothing bad, as long as nothing at all unexpected happens. Still in my body here. Still a person with a body. And more distracted now. My mind wandering away from talking more. Going more into the patterns of practical day-to-day life, managing social relationships and so forth. There's still a good amount of time to go here. We've gone into a very kind of mundane place of I feel actually just like what I would describe as like totally normal, which is a strange thing to say, actually. A strange thing to hear myself say. To say that I can feel like totally normal as a, this is just my normal experience of being a person. Here I am, person, just not really doing anything more than experiencing being a person. I seem to have a body. I feel my skin and the weight upon my feet. I sense the outside world in relation to the body. I have thoughts. I could tell you my name and tell you things about myself. I have more or less a geographic understanding of where I am, an abstraction of where I am in relation to other things that exist in my mind, other places. Just total, this is just human experience. I'm not feeling blissful or completely dissolved or neither empty exactly. Although when I say that, the experience of hearing myself say that is interesting. It brings that into question a little bit. Maybe I'll stand on this bridge again. It's just a good place to stand where I feel like there's less of a chance of ticks getting on me. So here I am, still, or once again, relating to you and not exactly knowing where I'm going. I stood up in the same spot a couple times during this video. One time describing a state of being that, from my current perspective, I imagine to be profound. A profound sense of selflessness. And then another time feeling slightly perturbed and now just feeling like in the state of feeling just like I can't describe it in any other way as than just feeling completely normal. But like, what's normal? What does normal mean? It occurs to me that like if this is normal human experience, then it's like it attests to just like the normality of ever changing instability of reality, and instability of the self, of yeah, just like how abstract the self is, the conception of self, how in reality, like it's kind of just this complex web. It's always it's never had like a stasis. There's never been a solid you. Like, and this is normal. Just normal, normal experience. If you look at it, there's no solidity to it. But then at the same time, there is solidity. Like, the past and the past like, what is the past aside from memory? Individual memory and collective memory, aka history. I just feel like I'm going along just like for this duration, just like just experiencing being me, with just experiencing existing normally for some hours, and that's like strikes me as actually very aberrant from most of my life. Like, this activity feels aberrant, but it feels aberrant in its absolute normalcy and mundaneness. There's nothing else added to my experience here. I mean, you could say that there's this, this filming, this video is added, and that's true. Well, what's your experience like of watching this and of hearing this? Like, do you feel normal? Is this just just like is this just how life normally is? Like this right here? Is this just normal life? It's, it certainly can't be removed from normal life. Can't really get outside of it. It's a component, this is an experience that's a component of life. So it must be normal in some respect. And in some ways, in comparison, like other modes of life that I can imagine right now, in some ways seem abnormal in comparison. But that's a mere interpretation. I'm feeling hungry. But that's like part of this emptiness. Having not eaten today and having not eaten a whole lot yesterday, it's contributing to this mental state in a way that like I said, I'm really welcoming of. It contributes to this openness. Still feeling, more or less okay with this experience. think I was maybe like, I think I was standing here when earlier had that shift from feeling lost to feeling just feeling fine with experience, to shifting to it kind of a state of painlessness. There's still some kind of effort being expended, I should say. You know, to keep talking. What am I going to talk about? That's a very strange question to ask, because it's always the question that I'm constantly asking, and I know that there's not an answer. You just keep talking. There is some difficulty involved in that. But I guess what I'm perceiving as the difficulty is when I'm not talking, the mental auditioning of things that I might say. But if I just keep it going without thinking about it before I'm talking, it's easier. You know, you just keep the momentum going. You just keep talking, even though I don't know where I'm going, what I'm talking about, if it's meaningful or not, or if it's, you know, productive or a contribution or not. But don't stop for too long to start questioning, because then you're still either way there's thinking happening, but with continuing to talk, that can kind of completes this cycle of just observing, experiencing, doing, all in the same, or, you know, doing and observing become one, as my mouth, my vocal cords move in relatively close timing with my mind, you know, with the verbal part of my mind. I really need to drink some water. I think I'm actually getting a little bit tired, along with this hunger. Like the hunger maybe starting to turn into real hunger, you know, when you're like actually maybe have a lack of energy because you haven't eaten. But I haven't gone that long without food. I ate dinner yesterday. I bet it'll pass. appreciating feeling empty. That's interesting that I would now begin to introduce that more uncritically evaluative language, that I really saying that I really appreciate something. Seems like the tone of most of this video has been not assigning value to anything one way or another. It might be a symptom of the tiredness, or a symptom of maybe, you know, after some time of maintaining some kind of neutrality, maybe there's some kind of fatigue that comes from that, and then I start to naturally gravitate towards evaluation of things, and evaluation meaning kind of like relating phenomenon to the preservation of such structures as my identity and body. Or to say that in another way, like, for example, if I say I'm really appreciating this feeling of emptiness, like, I suppose it's because it's relatively rare that I feel this empty, because, you know, oftentimes I'll eat before I actually get really hungry. And so this seems like a change from that is that should be, you know, healthy for my mind and body. And also appreciating it because I know that at the end of this video I'll be able to eat, and that'll be, you know, a satisfying resolution to this feeling of emptiness. You know, not permanent resolution, but a satisfying return to equilibrium. So that'll, you know, that all relates to preserving this body and mind, even though they are constantly changing. A continuity exists, if only in my mind, which has structures that I perceive as memories, and the ability to project images that I perceive as my estimation of the future, my predictions for the future. Memories are these neural structures that you know, I could say were formed in the past due to past experience and sensory input. But they only, you know, they're at the same time, there's only now, and they just exist now. they can exist independently of linear time. Even the experience of memories is something that happens now. When you remember something, you remember it now. It's now when you are remembering it. My use of these tenses and his language, saying that you are remembering something, signifies the present, but within it implies the existence of past and future. There's no problem. There's no problem with having a conception of the past and future. There's no problem with talking about the past and the future as much as we want. You don't have to put this effort into remaining present. Sometimes it's really helpful. A lot of times it's really helpful to calm down those thoughts about the past and the present, but mainly just to observe, the present more directly. But you always are in the present. You're never not present, ultimately. Even if you're thinking about the past and the future, all that means is that certain neural structures are activated right now. I think I heard a voice. I think seem to be just faintly perceiving a human voice, but I'm not sure. Does this, but does this have any kind of implications for anything else? I don't know. I feel inclined to say not necessarily. All the problems, are still kind of problems. But yeah, I don't know. Their problems are problems. They're just what they are. And you have to deal with them. You can't just be like, I'm present so they don't exist. Can you? You can be like, I'm present and I'll deal with the problems. Life, life is essentially a problem. it's never solved. Living is essentially constantly solving problems. Life is, a disequilibrium. It's a thing that constantly changes and must constantly change. And it must, remain within certain parameters. Or it becomes something that's not identifiable as life anymore. When there's no problem, when there exists no more problem, that's when you're dead. But none of that what I just said has any evaluation attached to it. No implication, really. Other than like this feeling of more or less indifference between living and dying. But, I continue to choose to live. It's not that death ends all problems either. The problems actually persist just in the world. But then, where before it was you dealing with problems, then you die, and then the rest of the world has to deal with those problems. The problem persists even after death. And so, like, in the event that you, say, committed suicide, then it's just like the problem gets transferred into other people, specifically the ones that are close to you. Then they have to adopt some of those problems to a certain extent. So it's like you just live like merely. It's almost as if merely by continuing to live, you are kind of like solving problems. You're kind of like continuously. Hey, turtle. Yo, dog. Meep. I want to pick you up. Should I? I just feel this like irresistible urge just to like feel the weight of a turtle. I like how heavy they are. I'm sorry to like, wow, it's so beautiful. really sorry to be bothering you, but I just can't resist like feeling this in my hand and observing it up close. Here I get a little, selfie with the turtle. Is this thumbnail material? We shall see. There you go, buddy. Like, all the problems in your life, all the difficulty, your reason for being alive is to solve those things. Like, that's why you're here. Is to just like, is to confront those problems. And, hopefully, by confronting them, by solving those problems, you solve some problems for other people too. You help other people. You can help other people just by like confronting and dealing with the problems in your own life in the the best way possible. In the way that's like you take on the responsibility rather than blaming others, rather than, like I was saying before, the emptiness that just, the unfiltered like emptiness and painful aspect of living. You are here to confront and experience that yourself, and experience it fully and process it, rather than blaming it, rather than concretizing it into a form of other and placing that responsibility on someone else. And by solving it within yourself, that's a kind of contribution to the world. Rather than, blaming it on someone else and putting that and like trying to shirk that responsibility of emptiness and place it on to others. It's like trying to deny. It's like trying to assert the some ultimate like solidity and permanence of yourself and your identity, which is ultimately illusory. And in the process of doing that, you tend to displace this, the pain involved in realizing the emptiness that is at the core of yourself and at the core of your experience. You tend to displace that onto others. It's like onto the rest of the world. But ultimately, you are connected to the rest of the world, so you never actually do escape it. You never actually, you know, you can never actually ultimately or permanently assert your own solidity. It's okay to allow emptiness into your experience, because by experiencing it fully, you can move into it and get to a position where it's not painful, and then that's really helpful, because you can, like, I don't know, that is the process of being more connected with the rest of the world, being less identified with the individual, human body, and more empathetic with other people, and just more empathetic to suffering in general. And that's just tends to be a helpful way to be. And so whatever situation you're in your life, whatever things seem like might be wrong about it or unfair, certainly, absolutely, life is unfair, the distribution of advantages or disadvantages, but it's like like we don't get to choose what situation we're born into. We don't get to choose what kind of body we're born into. We don't get to choose what we look like. We don't get to choose, like, how rich our family is, or where in the world we're born. All this stuff. It's just like we're just born, and we just manifest into this existence, and then you just have to deal with it. It's like, I mean, this is obvious, of course. But it's like, when I was here asking, like, why me? Why am I me and not somebody else? I'm finding it hard to really articulate, hard to describe, but it's like the any kind of like unpleasantness that is part of my experience, like this, there's this subjectivity here, there's this subjectivity, and any kind of like barrier that exists between this subjectivity and like connection with like all of reality, like those are kinds of difficulty that the reason for this individuation is to deal with those barriers. The reason for the individuation of a selfhood is to like very deeply and non-reactively like experience and process and solve these problems, so to speak. By problems, I just mean like what it is that makes our experience feel separate from the world. And like so for example, like like negative feelings, like feelings like hatred is a feeling that constricts ourselves into feeling intensely separate from another, intensely separate from the world, a need for I to protect I and strengthen I, and to feel like anger and hatred and so forth in defense of that, in opposition to other. And I guess in my view, like the teleology of all of that, the like where this is all going is towards the dissolution of those kinds of separating barriers. And like the aspects of your identity are oh, is this Angelica? Cool. I never see this plant. I'm not sure about that. Like the aspects of identity are in some way like just they are I don't know. And that train of thought has kind of run off the rails. Because like in another very ultimate sense, it's like there is no problem. Like everything does belong. Everything is already inherently inextricable from all of reality, and it all belongs. But just to I guess to put something like fairly simply, even though it may fall short of some kind of ultimate explanation of why anything exists and why subjectivity exists and why individuation exists, why multiple subjectivities seem to exist. It's like pain and hardship and problems in your life, they are like the reason you are here as a person is to deal with those things. And the more directly you deal with them, the more benefit it's going to be for others. By which I just mean like the more directly you adopt the responsibility of facing the emptiness of life. And no, it's not only emptiness, and you're not only going to experience emptiness, and your fate is not just to, spiral into some kind of void forever. That's definitely not the case. Because you'll come out the other side, and you will, you come out the other side, and then you recognize emptiness as being, not separate from, what we call form or fullness or something that would recognize your connection to reality in a very affirming way. In a a feeling of belonging, just belonging in reality. Being willing to confront the void and abide in the void will get you to this place of feeling even more profoundly at home in reality. So you look right at the most painful parts of your experience. You don't cover them up with booze and drugs, stimulation, media, other people. You don't use other people to avoid experiencing the void that is a component of your experience, a component of consciousness. Or do you? I don't know. Maybe you do. Like, this video is going to end, and I'm going to return to a place where I'll interact with people, and I look forward to that at this point. And but it's like it's not that I'll be using those people to avoid the void that I seem to have experienced while making this video, but I'll recognize the kind of unity of our shared experience as humans. Just that we're merely like individuated little tangles of the same thing. I think by what I mean by using others to attempt to avoid the void, which never ultimately is sustainable, is just like projecting this pain onto them as the cause of the pain, pointing to someone else as the cause of your pain. Just walking back here to avoid these people, hopefully. I'm avoiding people who I assume will cause me pain just by walking by them. because I'm saying that they'll distract me from my process of abiding in the void. I have to pass them anyways. It's okay. Everything, I keep saying things and then like realizing they're not really exactly true. But like, I'm kind of like, at this point, we're closer to the end of the video, and I'm reminded of I could call it the value or like the reason that I make these videos, but it's not, there's no need really to like explain that or to even like bring bring that into existence as a thought. But it's like the same, you know, there still exists it's not like a lack of meaning, you know. Maybe there isn't exactly solid meaning, but it's not a lack thereof. It may not be there, but it's not exactly an absence. Hello.
Hi.
I think maybe, you know, I was worrying earlier about the long format of these videos and how it's so undigestible. And I was worrying earlier about it being like disrespectful of your time or something like that, but now I don't feel that way. And I can see this other perspective of like the time involved in watching these videos in some ways can kind of be considered a good thing, and that it's like it's not necessarily bad that you're not doing the other things that you would be doing, or not like thinking the other things that you would be thinking if you weren't watching this video for this period of time. I'm just thinking, like, you know, like now my for example, in my life I'm now feeling like other things that I might be doing as opposed to walking and talking are not more valuable than this at all. And in fact, they might be less valuable. Like I wouldn't have, you know, I could be doing a million random things but I don't actually think that I would be better off in any way other than like possibly a slightly more superficial way or something. Like if I were, you know, working a wage job or something instead of doing this, I would have a little more money in the bank account. But like money in the bank account feels to me like another just kind of like it's a structure that is like as abstract and like as like the structure of myself, you know, and constantly a changing thing. Like the value of money is constantly changing. It's like it's what we all agree that it is worth. It's what you can exchange it for, and that's something that's always changing. It's like one form of value. It like value can be kind of represented, can be embodied in money, so to speak. Like it can be, it's like energy. It's like energy that has been stored in a symbol. And you know, it's real to the extent that that people have consensus on what the symbols mean, and so we exchange time and energy. Money is also like embodied time. You give away some of your time to make some money, and then you spend the money in order to give yourself some time. So I guess this time spent for me personally is like it's not in terms of transactional value, not like I'm putting value, like storing up any kind of energy or value for me. And it kind of goes the same for you. It's not like I'm imparting with you, like, you know, I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm imparting something valuable to you. But it's really more about like recognizing that the whole notion of value itself is like kind of a dualistic conception. And like, to the extent that doing other things in your life is valuable, spending this time watching this video that's, you know, really, you know, unstimulating in some sense and very different from most other media, could potentially be just as valuable or more valuable as the other things you might be doing. But like, once again, like it's really unnecessary to even be thinking in terms of value. It's totally unnecessary. At least within this time right now, this time that we're spending doing this is a time outside of that we can be free from valuation and rationality and you know, the idea of benefit or not versus not. Something that I hope is transcendent of conventional value, transcendent of conventional logic and transcendent of the kind of like linear quantized concept of time. Time as value. Like this is time where we're existing outside of time as value. But if, you know, and we're totally accepting that we will once again enter into that world of transaction and of value and of linear time, and there's no problem with that. We don't have to become attached to, like, this video. We don't have to become you know, in any way addicted to walking and talking. There, you know, other modes of moving through life are fine. Other modes of perceiving reality all have their place in reality, of course. You know, that's where I'm going mentally now, and mind is moving back into a more pragmatic way of thinking. And it's noting more individual self-related concerns, like, you know, satiating my hunger, resting, changing clothes into something more appropriate to the increasing heat of the day. And the 4-hour time frame seems to be something that I've gotten accustomed to allotting some sort of energy or concentration or something in order that I can, you know, move into a state for much of the 4 hours, I suppose, where these considerations, these self-considerations can fall to the background and just be put on hold for a little while. I mean, I know that this way of thinking even is also dualistic, and really there's not a real separation there's not a fundamental distinction between living my normal life and walking and talking. My imagination is that the effect that this video has for you is of bringing your state somewhat closer to mine. And so imagining that, I have to then like it's sometimes, you know, what it tends to do is make me question, is this a good state to be in? I don't know, you know, it's like not good or bad really, but I would say that it does have to seem to have like a pretty high perspective, a pretty long view, just on my own life / experience when I do this. And that does seem beneficial. It also seems like, to me it feels kind of like this video is like propelled by a type of logic that is relatively new in the world, that a type of logic that relates more to like a very long time scale, looking towards the future, and a very broad scope, a very like broad view of what consciousness is and how it seems to be developing in this world, in the present, and what it may develop into. I feel like this is video is aiming to abide by, you know, a very like a very new kind of logic that, you know, one could say is maybe like post-logical or translogical or something like that, but which you know, I don't know, it's something that feels relevant to me, I suppose. Relevant enough to, yeah, you know, relevant enough to spend this amount of time. Here I am, you know, talking about time linearly in terms of amounts, quantifiable, which, you know, signals maybe that this is the time to end this video. And I sincerely appreciate being able to share this experience with you, and maybe well, I'll see you next time. Or, you know, I can't really see you, but, you know, you'll see me next time. Thank you.